Now it's hard, you get a phone call or you're drunk and you go, while you're trying to eat.
What did that have to do with you?
You used to drive normal. Forgot to last
That's
night.
all right.
That's a big story of my life. It shakes the wheel.
That's it. No, it's just for
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If I may just say a quick word. I'm now serving as the interim pastor at Linn Valley Community Church. And I've been intermittent in coming because I've been substitute teaching a lot. So that keeps me from coming, but I enjoy coming. So let's pray. Father, we thank you in these days that you are God. You're an anchor of hope to our souls. We thank you as our eyes are upon you, that we can face these days, the future, knowing that you are strong and you're a foundation upon which we can live and stand. We pray for this gathering today of our commissioners as they lead our county. We pray for your great wisdom upon them, that they will see through the eyes of all the stuff, that they'll see wisdom and they'll see the right things to do. We ask that you would strengthen our county and bless it, prosper it, and would you be glorified as we honor you. We thank you for all that you do in our lives. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, one set of minutes. We'll have two sets of claim. One of them was approved by email last week. Also left a copy of the park report for all of you there to review.
Do it. Is there two of these?
No, just one of those.
I'll take the two.
October receipts, $23,328.16. October expenditures, $19,632.14. Year-to-date receipts, $183,367.48. And expenditures are $261,049.42.
And I don't know if you want to go ahead and get the bills now, or if you want to get your report from River City, or where we're at.
Yeah, River City, want to come on up and chairman?
This is Bill, he or someone will be here, Monday, both Mondays anyway, to update you on where things are going.
Bill, if you could come up here and just state your name and who you are, just for everybody.
Sure. I'm Bill Matlock. I'm with River City. I am the site superintendent. I will be on site throughout the entirety of your project. Your project's being handled with two people mainly, myself, Warren Moody. I don't know if some of you have met Warren. He's a project manager. Warren will work primarily out of our Missouri office. He will be here periodically through the job. He would have been here today, but we still don't have internet, things like that finalized. So, but you'll see a lot of him as well. So, I'm just going to bring you up to speed of where we're at with the contract. As far as on site, we established a borrow pit west of town. We have hauled the fill in to the project, which was brought your building fill up to within 24 inches of the bottom of your slab. The remainder material that goes on top of there is what we call a low volume exchange material. It will be rock of some sort. Probably going to be AB3 that we can get at a local quarry here. Excuse me. The retention basin on the northwest corner of your project has been roughed in. So basically the bulk of your cut and fills on the building site have been established, as well as all the removal of the trees, things like that. All the site utilities have been demoed, with the exception of a couple stumps that we're not able to do at this time because of the fiber optic. Until we get that relocated, we don't want to touch those stumps. We don't want to damage your fiber. So we have been working with the utility relocates with Evergy, Calcan fiber. The big one is the electric. You have some poles that are on the north side of your alley that have to come to the south side, to the south side. It's always a challenge with big power companies to get things rolling done. We have talked to them. They've been out here. They have laid out their poles, relocations. The guy we're dealing with says he has run the proposal up the chain to his engineers. Because of the amp draw of the building, it has to go farther up than his level. So we're waiting to hear that's been approved. If it's been approved, then we'll try and push those people to get those poles relocated to the south side. They do affect the building. We've got about 2 or 3 more feet of fill to put in up to the alley that we can't do right now till those utilities are relocated. Far as what you're not seeing on site, Warren has gotten, I think, all the subcontracts written, but 1 or 2 they've been issued. Submittals are being prepared. That's always a big challenge on the front end, getting all the submittals in, getting them approved and getting them back so that we can procure the materials and subcontractors can to keep the project going. One thing that we're struggling with is we've been unable to get conform drawings from the architect. I was told this morning we should have them either today or in the next day or so. If we get those drawings, that will release all the subcontractors to continue with their shop drawings or submittals and things that are affected by that. So, as far as the work to continue, you'll see the building pad basically stay like it is for a time being. We'll start the under slab rough ends, plumbing, electrical, sewer, water. We'll be doing the site utilities as far as the storm sewer, things like that will start. Once those submittals come back and are approved, and I think they're due about any day on those types of things. So, what else? We look to start footings and foundations. I think rebar shops are back or almost back. Rebar shops, once those are back, takes about a week to get it fabbed. We're looking at probably first part of December to start footings and foundations. So that kind of does it for now. If anybody's got any questions, I'd be glad to ask them or answer them.
Erosion control measures is in place, or
I'm sorry?
erosion control?
Yes, at this time, there are more erosion control measures that go in as structures are installed, like manhole or storm sewers and things like that. But there wasn't a lot on this site. I've already added some to the north side along that street. They had partial sock, and I think we went ahead and I told the subcontractor to put sock the full length of the street. We didn't want any of that to wash out on the street. But as far as what's shown on the drawings, what we can add at this point, yes. So
Okay.
doing weekly inspections, or after rain event like today, I'll do another inspection, make sure we don't have any discharges.
You got to report that to the state, I assume, ultimately.
We keep, I'm not sure about what they call your department here in Kansas, but we have to keep a log of the inspections or changes on site. That's all on site. As far as reporting, at this time, I'm not aware that we have to report, but we have to be ready for an inspection from what agency you would have that would come on site. So.
Typically, it's a stormwater prevention plan, a SWIP, they'd call it, but, and I'm sure that I'm sure it's all in place, but.
Yeah.
Well, appreciate you coming in here. I said, appreciate you coming in here and updating us.
Okay, no problem.
Sounds like everything's going pretty good though.
Yeah, it'll be a challenge getting into the footings in December, but yeah, we'll get through it. It won't be the first time we've done it. So.
I don't have any questions for you.
No, thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day. Hey, Mark.
2 sets of claims. The one from last week was approved by email after we notified the paper and people that had requested notices of our meetings that we were going to do it that way. And then the other set is the payroll pay from last Friday.
31.
All right. AMR's not here. I don't see him.
Hang on just a second. I'll help you.
We'll still need a motion
Yeah,
to
I'm-
approve. claim.
Oh, okay.
I'm working on it. You jumped over me, Dave. I make a motion, we approve the claims amount of $105,876.55.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Second run is 31. $309,904.04. I'll make a motion.
Second.
Motion moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Dave, is that all you got?
I do have a proclamation if you want to get into that now.
Yeah, let's.
A lot of the counties around the state have done proclamations in the last week or two recognizing election workers. And I prepared one based on a proclamation from another county just to recognize all of our poll workers and everything, all the people that helped with the election. And it is proclaiming November as County Election Worker Month. And Gary did take a look at this a week or so ago.
Somebody need to propose a motion to issue a proclamation declaring November county election worker.
I'll make a motion to declare just the whole entire month in November.
Yeah, that's the way we listed it.
County election worker.
Okay. Yeah. We're gonna proclaim the whole month of November as the county election day. County
County election worker.
County Election Workers Month.
Second.
For their appreciation, for our appreciation for them. Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Does somebody want to read this? I obviously can't talk right today.
And just put it on the website.
Yeah, I am gonna put it on the website. I thought I would give a copy to the
Want me to read
newspaper
this?
also.
Oh, if you want.
No, I don't, I read it the other day, I'm good.
I can't talk right today.
I think there's a lot of language in there, but basically we're recognizing the election workers.
You think I appreciated him or something?
How did that go, David, with, I know we were all,
Yeah, I was actually still at home on election day also, but it went very well. They had all the machine counts done and reported to the state by 8:35, and everybody left the courthouse by 10 o'clock. They had the write-ins done by then, and it went pretty smooth.
When's our day to certify all this?
Next Monday we'll do that, and it's scheduled for 9:30 Monday.
That's when we'll go adjourn, not recess and go over there?
Yeah, we'll have to go over there to open some provisional ballots, and we'll have a board there to run them through. And say we're still working this week to get everything wrapped up and ready. And then we have an audit Friday morning where we have 2 races that the Secretary of State gave us to audit, and then 1 local race that they gave us a list, and we just have to go down the list until we hit one that has competition in the race. And then we did a random selection of precincts. We ended up, I believe it was Valley Precinct for a national and state race that needs to be audited. And the local race that we had was the commission district race. And I believe it was Liberty was our random precinct we selected on that one.
Is this something, I don't know that, did we do this last time? Was it something, is
it's
there a reason for it?
It's a new law that was passed in the state a year or two, about 2 years ago. So this will be, I think, the 3rd election that we've had to do an audit, and it's nothing you guys have to do. We bring a board in, and they sit in the back room next to our office and go through and hand count those races and those precincts just to match it up with our machine totals.
Gotcha.
If there is a difference, we have to be able to explain what the difference is. And if everything comes out even, we just send a report to the Secretary of State showing what our machine results were and what our hand count results were. And so far, we have not had any differences on the races we've done in the past.
Okay.
It's always a possibility that there could be like a ballot that has some stray marks or something that the machine wouldn't be able to count that you could count in a hand count because you'd be able to see what the intent was. But we'll deal with that Friday morning on the audit and see how we come out.
it's the same board that we had last time, or does it matter?
It's just a board of some of our election workers that we bring in.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
And we have both parties there, and they say we give them the instructions on how it needs to be done, and then we walk away and they count and give us the results when they're done.
It all went pretty smooth with you being at home and everybody.
It did.
You can do that every election then?
That's okay. That's what I told them in the office. I think that's the first time in 25 years that I haven't been in there on election day.
Were you sweating pretty
It
hard
was
about
pretty strange.
You got anything else?
I think that's it for now
You got
anyway.
anything off the bat?
I just will mention that I laid at your place a very rough draft, first draft of sewer regulations.
Okay.
It's 100 pages long.
Thank you.
I'm on 2.
So you may want to read through that over the next week or two. Some of that language about what you can put in a sewer comes from the federal government. The model they put out for cities to follow. And then the rest of it, I tried to make it specific to our district. So I'm open to making any changes you want to make or cutting out anything you want to cut out.
All right, we'll move on to, looks like AMR's not here today. Doug?
Good morning, Quinn.
Morning, Mr. Bartlett.
This is an application for Jason Kinder He has put in for the Centerville Fire Department, Station 930. Centerville currently has 5 volunteer firefighters. We would like to hire him pending his passage of the physical and drug screen as a probationary firefighter using our standard process.
I'll make a motion that we hire him with those provisions. I know Jason well, he's a good man.
I'll second that. Motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
How's that? I mean, as far as volunteer and stuff like that, how are you doing at all your,
We're short on all stations.
like, bad short, or?
Well, some like this one have 5. Prescott's short, because you've got a small pool of people to draw from.
Are you getting a lot of people that's responding to fires? I mean,
We're short all the way around on stuff. Especially during the daytime, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, a lot of our folks work out of county.
yeah.
And that's one of the benefits to Jason. Actually, the Morrises are just north of Centerville, or within, what, a half mile or so of the fire station. And they've always been a huge asset to the community because they were able to stop and go and get on a truck and help because of their owning their own businesses. But Jason actually lives across the road. If one person's driveway, he'd be closer to the fire station. And he has a bit of a flexible schedule too, so.
Is all the information to become a volunteer firefighter, like all the requirements and the pay and stuff like that, is that on our county website, do you know?
I don't know that it's on the county website. Of course, they can get an application on the county website and we refer them to that. We've got a Facebook page. We've got a web page that has information about it. Word of mouth through our volunteer fire service is the way we get most of our applicants. Somebody that's on the department knows somebody and encourages them to apply. That's been our most successful way over the years. And then we were putting our message board that the Northeast Region Homeland Security Commission gave us. We were putting it out in some of our communities, trying to encourage them to apply as well. While it was deployed recently, it got damaged, and we've been working to get it put back together, fixed up, and I imagine at some point we'll try to get that back out because that was fairly successful. We put ads in the newspaper, we've done all kinds of things and just don't get any response. So it's mostly word of mouth, unfortunately.
Right.
That's all I have for you unless you have something for me.
Is everything going good in all your fields of work?
As far as I know.
Good deal.
Thanks, Doug.
I don't have.
Thank you.
Want to pick up those applications. I think we decided that they don't like to.
I think we don't have any confidential information on them, so I think we'd be okay.
Jessica, do you have anything? Okay. Sheriff, we'll go ahead and go with Sheriff and then we'll come back to you, Jessica.
Robin, in the back.
Oh, Robin, sorry, I didn't see you. Yeah, come on up, Robin. It's been 2 weeks since I've been here. I'm kind of rusty.
Robin Spencer, Linn County Public Health Officer. Glad to be speaking this morning. Wasn't sure if you guys would let me back in. So we'll start out with the numbers. Total Linn County cases as of midnight last night, 167. That's up 33 from 2 weeks ago in my report and 15 from last week. Still at 1 death. We have 33 active cases, two Linn County residents in the hospital, and we're still at 4 clusters, meaning 3 to 5 cases in the same area that we can relate back to where it started. People are going to say, and they're right, we have more cases because we're testing more, and that absolutely makes sense. The more you test, the more cases you're going to have show up. So what I'd also like to reference is a percentage that is from the KDHE website. Anybody can look it up. It's called the County Weekly Percentage Positivity. And what that basically says is, out of the people that tested, what percentage of them were positive? This was also used as, it's called the school gating metrics. It was used to see if we could reopen schools in the fall. Based on that, 2 weeks ago, we were at 15.6% of the people that tested, and this past week we're up to 20. So 20% of the people that are getting tested in our county are positive. So that's a huge increase. If we'd have been over 15% when school was ready to start back in August, we wouldn't have been able to go back to school. In August and September, we were around 6% is what we were averaging, and we never got above 8 until the last couple of weeks. So big increase.
How does that 20% compare to other counties? Do you know?
All of the rural counties around us, they're about the same right now. We've had a big jump. So, which brings me to probably something that is not going to be real popular. I would ask and encourage the commissioners to revisit the county mask order. I know back in July, when it was voted that we didn't have to abide by the state mask order, you'd have been challenged to find a person that could say, yeah, I know somebody with it, I know somebody affected, and I think today it'd be hard to find somebody that didn't know somebody that was either sick with it, affected by it, or quarantined. I promise you, in those 33 cases that we're working right now, there's hundreds that are quarantined, and it's not going to be the positive cases that are going to shut us down. It's going to be the people that can't come to work because of the quarantines, as far as school teachers, cooks, business owners, if that makes sense. So I'm not sure what you guys have to discuss to go back and think about how that's going to affect our county. It's really going to affect the numbers that we have to quarantine. With the indoor sports season coming upon us, it's going to be much harder to keep people far enough apart that they're not exposed to exertional activities. The school boards do want to enforce masks at all their games for everybody, except of course the players. They have expressed to me that it's hard for them to do that without the backing of the commissioners. Questions so far?
No.
Opinions?
I'm of the opinion that we need to be more cautious than what we've been. I think those statistics are just out there, and I was apprehensive then, and I'm even more so apprehensive now. So, just to put mine out there.
Okay, that's all I have.
With that. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
what are you thinking, Danny?
I don't know what I'm thinking yet.
What do you think, Rick?
I don't. I'm in favor of what we're doing right now, opting out. I don't disagree with it. So that's just, I think that's what our Linn County wants.
When you talk to the school boards, you mentioned that they were wanting maybe our backing. I mean, how would that be any different than whenever they, their opening process with their school, whenever they, I was on vacation when we opted out of, mandating them to have masks, correct?
No, I think we put it over on the schools themselves to determine what that was best for their
Right.
individual community.
But yeah.
And
Superintendents have not come and addressed that to us.
Okay.
And if they need that, then they need to stand right there and say it.
Okay.
Have they been working close with you on a plan for like basketball season and stuff like that?
Right, and they do want to require masks, but it's hard to do that in a county that says that you don't have to wear a mask. I mean, they're not going to be able to tell somebody they can't go in without one unless,
It's the problem. It's kind of like when you go to the city and certain stores that you go into, you have to wear a mask.
Right. I agree with you.
It's up to that individual school or that individual business to enforce it. If you want to go in the store, you wear the mask, and then when you come out, you take the mask off. So I don't know that the county really has anything to do with the school district. The school can enforce that by asking them to leave or whatever their policy is.
I think in Miami County that's so that they don't have a mandatory masking law unless they've just passed it. Does do they not?
Right, yeah. Well, and there's still school districts that's not even open yet up there.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'll pass that on. I think I was just hoping, and schools and businesses, to get that back as a mandate and order. There's still going to be people that won't wear them,
Sure.
and
And
it's a free country,
that's
but-
probably a huge push for me, being in the military for so long, if you're going to have an order and nobody's going to enforce it, why have the order? Why have the law if no one's going to enforce it?
So,
Because it just really makes the other person that's wearing it even more angry. I'm wearing mine, you're not wearing yours, and then there's a big tiff. So if it's going to be enforced throughout state of Kansas, that's different. And the law enforcement or whoever's going to enforce that rule or regulation, that's different than, but just by the commissioners saying, hey, we're going to enforce the mask wearing, we're not going to enforce it. We're going to say, you're going to wear it, and there's retributions at all for it. Just like there's no retributions for violation of what we just went through.
true.
You see what I'm saying? You can
Right.
say it, you can write your order, but who's gonna go out and punish the person for it? And I'm not condoning that. I'm just saying, don't have a rule if we can't enforce it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, and it's my job as the public health officer to keep our county as safe as
Sure,
possible.
and you are.
Well, unless I voice this opinion about, and it's not even about cases. There's studies that say decreases cases, studies that says doesn't make a difference. But I promise you, it makes a difference on how many people I have to quarantine from each case.
Sure.
Which makes a difference in whether we can keep our businesses, our schools, everything, our entertainment, everything. That makes a difference. How many people have to stay home because of quarantine because they weren't wearing the mask or didn't choose to is going to change if we stand behind the fact that we think masks will make a difference in keeping our county open.
Right.
That's the position that I'm coming from.
I understand.
And the basis of that is if it is a positive individual or a person that is confirmed COVID it doesn't matter if the other person's wearing a mask or not, still that both been individuals. Now, they both have been wearing a mask, even though he had a positive, there would have been no quarantine, is that correct?
Correct. Well, I mean, there's certain instances that, I mean, every case is a little different. You know, how long were you in a car with them, like this far apart? That might make a difference, but as a general rule, you're correct about when you'd have to quarantine and when you wouldn't.
Right.
Thanks for all the information you're bringing to us, and I know you have a hard job. We appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sheriff?
Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. Got a few things this morning. Just start off with the numbers, though. So our total prisoner population is 30. We have 22 in-house, and we have 8 farmed out. We had been running with 6 farmed out, and Anderson County helped us out a little bit by taking 2 more. This past week, we had 94 911 calls. That number's still down, maybe 100 down in comparison to where we have been running for the last couple of months. But our calls for service remained pretty steady. We had 271 calls for service. So this past week, we had 2 or 3 times vehicle crashes in the county, mainly on state and federal highway. But we've probably seen most of that due to deer crashes. This week, they've picked up a great bunch of those we've had. So with our budget year winding down, we had some budgeted money in our capital outlay fund, and we're looking at the purchase of a couple of vehicles this year to update the fleet. Probably not going to process that till the end of November, though. We want to see where our numbers are remaining. Right now, we're at about 74% of our budget, so we're about 10% under budget right now. A couple of weeks ago, I'd sent an email out in regard to a grant that we had received. I'd not been able to announce that, though, due to the lack of meetings. The Federal Office of Justice Programs granted Linn County $9,667.50 for the purchase of new bullet-resistant and stab or cut-resistant vests. And that's a 50-50 grant, so we'll be making a purchase through that grant by the end of the year for that equipment. We applied for the grant back in May, and I wanted to thank David Lamb. He's seen the grant come through. It came across his desk, and he sent it to us, and it's something that's going to benefit us over the next 5 years, it'll save us 50% of that VEST program project. So we really appreciate that. One issue that I'd talked to Mr. Thompson about yesterday, and I notified the commission via email, is a situation where two of our communities in Linn County are restructuring their court systems and their municipalities. It's Pleasanton and Lacine. So how does that affect us? What the municipalities are asking for is they're asking that we put together a schedule, a fee schedule for holding their prisoners. What their consideration is, and I believe it will probably start at the end of November, from what I understand through their prosecutors and their courts and their court systems, is that they're going to be handling a lot more misdemeanor type or minor offenses in their court systems. There's a great advantage to that for Linn County because it's probably going to help some of the issues in our district court with the bottlenecking of cases. Right now, we're seeing municipal police officers file multiple charges through the district court or through the county attorney's office and then to the district court, which raises those numbers a lot as people are coming to court to answer to those charges. These two municipalities have opted to start handling a lot more of these types of matters, the minor crimes, in their municipal courts, which is a great thing for a municipality because there are a lot of advantages for them. One of those advantages, albeit not popular to talk about, but is revenue. So it could bring more dollars to the cities based out of criminal activity. And those cases could be things like driving while suspended or minor batteries, assaults, things like that they're wishing to handle. So I bring it to the commission because I believe under Kansas statute, anytime we set a fee schedule, that's the commission's job, I believe, to do through resolution. And specifically in this situation, under Kansas statute 19-1930A, it talks to us about what we can do as far as fee schedules go. And back in 2006, the Linn County Commission made a resolution in which to implement kind of a fee schedule. Gary, stop me if I'm wrong on this because this gets into a lot of legal and I don't want to misrepresent this. But back in 2006, the commission made resolution to actually have a fee schedule for each and every individual prisoner. So it allowed us to essentially charge a prisoner for their stay in jail. So that was challenged by then State Representative Lynn O'Hare out of the 4th District. And that challenge went to the Kansas Attorney General. And the Kansas Attorney General essentially upheld that rule that Linn County had set, that it could be done. And this is very similar to that, albeit we're not charging each and every individual prisoner, but we are looking at setting up a fee schedule for municipalities to hold prisoners on their warrants in our jail. Now, when the new Justice Center comes to realization, it will be absolutely necessary that we would have this. But currently, with the municipalities wanting to go there now, it kind of pushes our hand to do something. Because if a municipality is processing cases through their municipal court and warrants are coming out or they're incarcerating people and there's no other jail to do it with, they choose to use us, not somebody else, it's going to push us to make a schedule for them. Now, with it being in county, an in-county situation, say it was Pleasanton or Lacine, whichever warrant that we would be receiving and the individual, I think that there needs to be kind of a bifurcated charging system because I don't want to see our communities paying us to profit. I don't think that's right because we have taxpayers who are paying taxes to Linn County to keep our jail facility and our people and things like that in place. I don't think that this should be a for-profit situation. I think it should be, we would charge that community for housing their prisoner under their municipal warrant, just the fee that it costs to hold a prisoner and nothing extra. I believe that fee, based on research that I've done, I've talked to other sheriffs around, and it kind of a combined effort says that fee should be around $25 per day. When we start figuring in what it costs to pay personnel to take care of that person, food and things like that, I think we get into that $23 to $25 a day. My thought would be is if the commission chooses to resolve this type of a situation through the resolution, that we would look at that $25 per day fee, because it's not profiting upon our cities. And I just don't think, I think it's bad business when we try to profit on our brothers out there who are living in the same community, paying the tax load that they're paying now. So I think the commission should look at that and should consider it, and quite frankly, quickly, because I think this could start. And currently, I do not have an avenue in which to charge them. What the municipality would then do is they would charge that back in fees or fines through their court to the individual. So if an individual were to stay in jail for 4 or 5 days on their warrant, they're looking at $100 to $125 cost in which to do so. That would probably just move forward into their court fees and fines that they are ruling on when they hear the cases. So that is a consideration for in-county, and I think when we move forward, and I don't care how this moves forward or how it looks, other than the fact that we really kind of need to do something, but when we start talking about other counties or other jurisdictions housing into Linn County, now let's face it, we're not going to see this at all until the new Justice Center comes into place. I think that, based on what we're seeing in surrounding communities, probably looking at 8 or 10 other counties around us that are similar, they're setting their fees at $35 to $40 per day. There are some that are higher. If we go to Franklin County, some of their fees go into the $70 per day. Hence the fact we do not house out to Franklin County. So I think we have to look at that, and we have to leave that as a program that is fluid, that we could move, and that we would revisit it maybe yearly, possibly more often, depending on costs. So if we see food spike and we have a lot more dollars spent out of our budget on jail food, I think we have to look at that when it comes to the municipalities housing into Linn County Jail, because we have to be able to pay for that service. It has to work out there. Everybody needs to realize that is a changing number, because it will cost different at times. One nice thing about this situation is when municipalities incarcerate in the Linn County Jail, and right now almost everything they do, aside from speeding violations, they're running through our prosecutor. So it's coming to our jail. They're on our warrants through Linn County District Court. The nice thing about it is when it goes into the municipal system is they would maintain responsibility for the prisoner. So when we do talk about our resolution, I think we need to talk about assigning, since we're not profiting, I think we need to talk about assigning medical expenses and special needs to those municipalities. So if we have an inmate come into our facility who suffers a heart attack or a stroke, or they're diabetic, there are needs there that cost our facility a lot more dollars. So I think we need to, in that resolve, I think we need to talk about medical and special needs. So I've talked to Gary about this. I've talked to our prosecutor-elect about this, and it's something that's necessary. Because the cities are changing court systems, it's necessary quicker. I was looking at this as being one of those things we probably had a year to work on. and now we probably have 2 or 3 weeks. So it's changed it up a little bit. But as I said, I think the resolution is a working document. I think it's going to change maybe yearly, maybe every couple of years. So
On an average, what do we pay to send somebody to another jail?
35 to 40.
So do you think that we should kind of consider that, because if we're getting packed with, from Pleasant and Lacey, and we have nowhere for our guys, and we're paying extra $10 to move our guys on out.
We would absolutely have to consider it. So right now, if we look at our jail population, we could probably attribute half a dozen or so of those prisoners who are in right now as, they were city arrests. They were things that might have been handled in the city otherwise. One thing we do a lot of is we do book and bond a lot of those municipal prisoners because they might be a driving while suspended case or a battery case or an assault case of some sort. So, yeah, I think we have to consider some of that stuff, but I think it's also going to have a big enough impact on Linn County, be it the prosecutor's office or the district court, that there's an advantage and a value to doing this. I just have a really hard time of putting it out there to the people of Linn County that we would ever profit from one of our own municipalities. I think that's really bad business, and I think we make it as reasonable as we can. Is it always going to be, is $25 a day always going to cover the cost? Absolutely not. If we have a troubled prisoner or something like that, I might have one staff on that one inmate most of their stay. So we realize there's going to be hardship either way we go. It's going to exist whether it's a municipal prisoner or a state prisoner when they're coming out of the district court side. So I think it's something we have to look at. I think it's something we have to move forward on. I believe that I think if you talk to Gary or if you talk to our prosecutor-elect, I think that they would probably be able to offer you more from the legal aspect of it. I can absolutely talk to you about the holding aspect, but when it comes to the legal side of it, the only thing I can think is, when it comes to any fees that come out of our office, whether it be copies or anything else, there's a resolution by the commission to handle that. And I don't feel that the sheriff has the authority or ability just to slap a charge without it having been resolved by the commission.
So I have just a couple questions.
Sure.
I think when Sheriff Walker was here, they charged fees then. Then we stopped for what reason? Do you remember?
The idea at the time was that the taxpayers of Linn County were supporting the jail. The city shouldn't then be charged additional funds for every person that came through.
So I get that. And then you say all of our warrants go through our county attorney now. Is that true? I mean, that's what's happening now, right?
Yeah, very seldom would we ever hold. I've probably had 3 or 4 municipal warrants in the year that I've been here that came to our jail.
Now, I would say that, so these two individual cities that's going to do this, do they have qualified people serving as judges? I mean,
I think Lacey is getting ready to hire a new judge. Is that right?
I've heard that as well.
is it, when we say a new judge, is it a lawyer that's acting as their judge for?
Their new judge, I think.
Okay.
Well,
Because when I was growing up, it was the dog catcher was the judge, and
In all the cities that don't have a lawyer for a judge, they
Right.
have somebody who's certified by the Supreme Court.
okay.
I think that's-
I'm not the one bringing it to you. The city's brought it to me to bring to you.
No, and I'm not beating you up. I'm just asking questions
get you.
because the first I've heard of it, I'd like to talk to Gary about it some when I get some time. And I know they're wanting a rush on it, so if it's a money in on their deal, I don't care. But I'd like to,
Let me address one of the things that Danny raised, because I think it may be in your mind too. And that is the idea that, okay, we've got these city guys in here, we're charging the city $25 a day, and we're paying $40 for somebody else work. But keep in mind, what we're comparing that to is a situation where those guys would have been there anyway, but they would have been there on a county warrant, and we wouldn't have been getting anything.
That is true.
You see what I'm saying? So that's the advantage of doing it this way, is that you're gonna have anyway.
And I have to say this, I'm really proud that our municipalities are growing to a level that they want to handle this type of stuff. I think everything's better handled at the most local level that we can handle it. And if we're handling, if Lacine wants to handle their driving while suspended cases, they can closely monitor those cases. They can look at that as funds coming into their community. I just think there's a huge advantage to it.
is this something the county attorney would look at and review and say, okay, you can't do this?
Our county attorney-elect is probably assisting in the movement to this.
No, and I just worded that wrong. Somebody at the county, somebody at the city level is getting ready to issue a warrant. Can the county attorney say, well, you don't have that authority?
The judge would do that.
The judge would do it?
Right, they're their own entity. They're their own standalone entity.
All right. Yeah. I mean,
And of course, the way our system works, let's say I'm the defendant, and I believe that they're doing something they don't have authority to do, then I can appeal.
yeah. But it takes I understand it takes a lot of workload off of the county attorney. But I mean, you got to look at it that all those people pay taxes. They do pay taxes. And then we have a bond issue that's got to be paid for. Now we're going to turn around and ask for another fee. Not even ask, we're telling them they're going to have another fee. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just throwing it all out there right now that we haven't done it for years and now we want to do it. And because we're getting a new jail, we really want to do it. I'm not so sure that I do want to do it, but I don't know enough about it yet. Okay. I'll talk to you about it, Kevin. Talk to
Yeah,
Gary.
I think it's something you guys are going to have to talk to legal about, and Gary's going to have to explain that, because as far as the holding side of it, I can speak to that. But as far as the legality of it,
Right.
I don't know how all that works. I'm not cavalier enough to stand up here and say I know it all. I don't. And I think it's something that works in many other communities. We are probably the only community around here that doesn't do it.
At the end of the day, it's going back to the criminal, right? I mean, they're going to be paying for it at the end of the day through their court fee.
That's up to the city. Because in the Attorney General's opinion back in 2006, and there again, Gary, correct me if I'm wrong, the only person that can be charged fines, fees, or whatever you want to call it for serving time in jail is a convicted person. So once they're convicted, they can be charged for post-conviction and pre-conviction, correct?
I think once they're convicted, they can be charged for the whole thing.
Right.
If they're not convicted, you held it for weeks, you just need that.
That's right.
And right now, I mean, the municipalities, they use your dispatch and everything like that you are budgeted every year.
Right. That's right. Yes, we dispatch for all emergency services. That's all I have. I appreciate your time, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Paige?
Quick question on the medical. I'm more concerned about the medical responsibility. If somebody, in good or bad judgments, arrests someone and sends them to our jail, and they, in the stress of things, have a stroke or a heart attack, does that roll back onto the county?
If they're there as a city prisoner, then the city will be responsible for them. That's been adjudicated.
So that's kind of moot then on that portion.
And that's another thing. That's another reason the city, frankly, one of the reasons the cities have always preferred in the past to put them in there as county prisoners. That way the county responsibility, because one of those incidents can amount to hundreds of thousands.
Well, that was my point to begin with. I mean, this is, although valid, and I'm supportive of what you're trying to say, actually, but if we have a medical incident, I mean, like I said, I mean, we're talking about hundreds of dollars here and hundreds of thousands over here. And, you know, that's a real responsibility that.
Well, if they're, you know, again, keep it in mind, the chances are you're gonna have that person there either way. He's gonna be there as a county prisoner or a city prisoner. If he's there as a city prisoner, the medical is the city's responsibility.
And I also think we need to think about the dynamics as that changes as they come into the judicial building, because now we're gonna have a rate for farm-ins, per se,
You'll probably have a federal rate and a state rate
and a local rate.
and a local rate, or something like that.
But it's
I agree.
It's something that's gonna have to be.
I think at some point we have to set something up, and the cities have approached me. That's why I'm here with the issue.
Okay.
I would have rather them come and present it. Because I don't feel that it's popular. I don't feel that, I don't want the communities of those municipalities thinking that we're trying to impose some other fee or tax upon them. It's just for the cost. And that to me is important.
Out of the city council. This is not something that the sheriff is pushing on them. It's coming out of those city councils, right? Okay.
That's true. It's coming from their court systems, their law enforcement, and their prosecutor, their services there.
And I think there's probably some moderate, middle of the road thing here and I fully agree with you. We shouldn't be charging it like we would some out of county entity or municipality to come in here and use our facility. But there probably ought to be some kind of a rate just to prevent somebody saying, okay, here, you got to take care of this. You know, maybe we.
And I would say that's the purpose of what all those cities do, is pay all those people that live and that are paying for taxes. That's what they're doing. They're paying the taxes for that reason. We're not Johnson County or a huge jail system. We're small. So that would be something I would consider.
We're
too.
small today.
Yeah, they'll always be small.
We won't be small in a year and a half.
Maybe not prisoner wise, but city wise and town wise, we'll always be small.
Right. Well, they're going to benefit from the dollars derived through the criminal action, through the court system.
And as you pointed out, this is going to have to be a living document. It's going to
It
have
does.
a moving rate.
And once they get some of those medical bills, they probably wish they would have wished they never had.
I think they have made plans for that type of stuff. They're talking about what they're going to do and how they're going to do that, just like we would. Anything else? Thank you, gentlemen. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
So, I mean, you know, as a taxpayer, they, you know, I agree with that. But I mean, at the end of the day, the criminals should pay for, you know, their time. I mean, right? I mean, is that?
If you're convicted, they do. The path is there.
If you're convicted, they can be charged for it. Now, being charged for it and collecting
Yeah.
are also two different things.
All right, AMR, sorry.
Morning, Commissioners. Sorry for being late. Dan had other meetings he had to be to today on this Tuesday. Did he go over with you the numbers for October? I know that you guys have been out of session for 2 weeks.
I think they missed the first meeting in November, so they probably did not get to October.
I think you gave us a weekly number or a couple weeks ago, but
All right, numbers for all of October from the 1st through the 31st, there was 89 page outs, there was 52 transports. I don't have all the, you know, the helicopters use on that Galen gets. I don't have that access that he has, but for October, 89 page outs, 52 transports. And then since the 1st of November, we've had 27 page outs and 16 transports. And I know that we've flown at least 3 people out since 1 November.
that transport's it's down, isn't it?
Yes, they are now.
Like 75 or so.
The average, at the end of the year, we start to taper off, just because people aren't out as much. But yeah, typically, and then it gets really slow in December, January, February. That's when our numbers usually tank, but for the most part, everything else is usually around 60 to 70. So the new supervisor is now in place. The replacement for him, because he came from Station 2, is now working full-time, so we have that full-time position filled. And right now, we still have a deficit on staffing with we still have one person out injured, but it's a lot better now because we only have one out versus two. So. And that's pretty much all I got. Do you have any questions for us?
That's not.
All right. Thanks, gentlemen. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, Jessica.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Jessica Hightower, Economic Development. First of all, I want to start off with, I've got a new CDBG grant. This one is for Studio 9 here in town, the salon. We have, the Economic Development Committee met yesterday. We, granted her $5,000. It'll be in two checks. The first check, will be $4,280.99, and then she's going to keep gathering receipts and we'll issue the rest in a second check. So if you would like to approve that, I can get Danny's signature on these papers here, and we can get her going.
What was the name of it?
Studio 9, it's Wendy Collier here at the salon.
I'll make a motion that we approve Studio 9 for the CBDG grant. Of what was the
5,000.
5,000? That's my motion. Second?
We'll let Rick second that. I sit on that board, so I try and
Second.
hear it much.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Vote in favor for it, aye.
Did you abstain then?
I don't see any reason why I need to
No,
abstain. I don't try and steer your committee and I don't try and steer this committee toward,
Sign there.
is that fair to say, Jessica?
Yes.
Okay.
11, 10.
Yes. And then
We will also have one of those contractual agreements for the.
right, because she got a PPP loan, so, she's already provided all documentation that she's not using funds for the same payroll periods. So,
Double dipping.
right, we're not double dipping, so we just need to get that agreement, finalized. Drawn up and finalized. So you could sign and get it for me. How much was that?
5,000.
Okay. For my second thing, we have had a city sidewalk grant request. This also went to committee yesterday and was approved. We've not had one of these for a couple of years, so just so everyone's aware what's going on here. Economic Development has a sidewalk grant program. We can grant up to $2,500 at one time in one grant. And it's an agreement basically between the county, the city, and a business owner to improve the sidewalk in front of the business. And all three entities chip in money for the sidewalk. The city has a portion of the application to fill out. They then have to make an agreement with the business owner. The business owner has a portion of the application to fill out. Once we approve, we issue the check to the city, and the city goes on from there to distribute funds as they see fit.
Mike, is this every year we've been giving that money, a certain amount of money. Is this different?
This is set aside money that's within.
It's set aside, it's in my budget. We don't always have an application every year. We set aside $5,000 for two different grants for this. It's budgeted into my stuff.
So every year we give each city, based on the criteria we set, so much money for the economic
No,
development.
there's 5,000 set aside, so we could give out,
Yeah, the infrastructure grant.
that's different.
Why do we have this grant if that's what that's for anyway?
Sidewalk grant's been in place for eons, at least a decade or two.
So the infrastructure grant that you're talking about is for the city, specifically for city-owned property
Okay.
and infrastructure. This is specifically for sidewalks. to help the business owner with their frontage without having the entire cost be on the business owner
In most of the cities, the business owner is really responsible for.
for the
Right.
sidewalk.
And Blue Mound, for example, did their own, they got together and built their own sidewalks just by fundraising.
I think Pleasanton has done some of that as well. It's really,
They
And
received
they may have, I didn't know that.
a grant for a shelter and some sidewalks. And then there was a portion of it that they didn't, and then they utilized a little bit of this funding to,
that would have been before me. I've only done one other of these and it was also in Lacey.
I could be wrong.
It's,
The infrastructure, what he was talking about, what can it be used for? 'Cause I'm not 100%.
so, okay, so that has to do with the pipeline that runs through the county. And we get, David can tell you more exactly about how that works. Okay,
and we divide it among the communities based on.
Right, a criteria,
population. It's based on population.
Sidewalks.
yeah.
Well, and they do sidewalks, streets, sewer, lights. I mean, it kind of
So
runs the
now I
gamut.
understand,
Infrastructure.
I understand the picture.
Okay,
That, I've got it
okay.
down pat now.
Yes.
Yes.
Any other questions?
No, go ahead with that. I'll talk.
And the reason that we put that 1 mil in place to improve, that it's always been, the communities are struggling with their infrastructure.
yeah.
Sewer, water, like storm is where this would come into play. Storm runoff, maybe curb and gutter, but this is, to me, probably not the primary reason that we would, I mean, if somebody come in and said, I wanted to use $43,000 on sidewalk, I don't know that it would be, that's kind of getting a little stretchy. I mean, most of these people are using it on their primary infrastructure such as sewers and streets and waters. And we've had other communities say, hey, I want to build a police station. I want to improve my city hall. No, this is an infrastructure. If you remember right, several years ago, there was actually on the ballot to put a 1-cent sales tax for the communities for an infrastructure.
I don't think we actually put it on the ballot. Did we talk about putting it on the ballot?
I think it landed.
Did it?
I don't remember having that on, but I know.
I think we discussed it.
All right, there was a discussion. For the sake of this is the same point. But anyway, there was a long discussion and it was pushed by the Economic Development Department to say, hey, these guys are struggling. Well, as an effort on the windfall that came from the pipeline, that was an effort to mitigate some of their infrastructure needs. Centerville being a good example. I mean, here we are working on their sewer, and they have a community system where they pay for their own lights and a lot of their own infrastructure needs. But they're really, if that defaults, it's back to the county to decide how they're going to manage that, either
Sure.
through ad valorem or something else. So the last thing we want these communities, the Parkers, the Goodriches, the little bitty Cadmus and Manning and all these little bitty communities defaulting back to the county or unincorporating. So we're trying, I've always took the position, and I think the commission has, is
Yeah,
supporting them. And that's what that 1-cent sales tax was about. We just had to put some rules in it just so we didn't.
we did. And I remember doing it, me and you and Vicky, and it was a big hit
Yeah.
for the cities. And they all did good stuff with it. And they pushed the envelope, I guess, too. But I didn't understand that your group had the $5,000 grant. I got it mixed up.
It's not highly utilized. It's just.
This one isn't. And just so you know, the business that's going to utilize this time is People's Telecom. They're in town.
Is who?
People's Telecom.
Okay.
Are they doing it there along the east side of their office?
I think so, they are doing. I thought it was 400 feet, but I don't see that on here. I'm not sure where I got that. So I'm not sure exactly how long of a sidewalk they're doing, but this is just to kind of help mitigate the cost, and it also helps with the city beautification, which is an important part of economic development as well.
Across from that beautiful library.
And that is a
Right.
$2,500 grant.
So this one, yes. So this
Maybe they're
one
going to
is
drain the lake across the road.
2,500. And it was run through my committee yesterday, and it passed with flying colors. So
That sidewalk is, I know, probably 6 feet wide, and at those kind of lengths, it's probably a $20-some thousand project, demolition and replacement. And we're contributing $2,500.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Now that I know where the money's from and what it's for, I'm good.
okay,
I'll make a motion, we pass that.
okay,
For the amount of what, $2,500?
$2,500.
$2,500.
And we paid the city of Lacey for that.
Okay.
I'll second that motion. Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Can we, And I think I've talked about this before, like, so like the infrastructure money, I'm getting off subject, but the infrastructure money that he was talking about.
Yes.
Can we make the city officials or whoever, the administrators, whoever deals with it, the mayors, whoever, come in and share with us what they're spending their money on?
So
They put in a request, an application, tell them what they want to do with it. Don't they do?
Yeah, they do. Sometimes they'll send it directly.
they have,
Sometimes it'll come to me and I give it to her. But she reviews it and we look at it to make sure it is an infrastructure type project.
Yeah.
Before we pay that.
I got you. Okay.
And
Then
we,
when it comes time to approve it, the commissioners can ask them to come in and talk to you if you want to.
And I'll tell you that Linn Valley a few years ago used it for a duplex lift station. The Mound City, we learned just when we was going through this jail process that they use theirs to rehab a few manholes every year. They've got some dire needs in their sanitation systems. But anyway, most of these communities do that. Now, is it audible? I mean, do we go out and verify that manhole's? No, but
I mean, I'd just like to see, like, so, you know, each year in budget, we see people one time a year and they come and ask us for money. I would just like them to see them come in and update us on, you know, the money.
and Jessica can share those applications with us or copy us on them.
we sure can. Yep.
I don't think that's a whole lot to ask from them.
and that's something probably for January, and we started it and we stopped it for whatever reason, Jessica. We were having a mayor's meeting, for a while and.
I've heard that people kind of quit.
Well, they are,
So-
but I think it's very valuable to us to not sit down and talk to them and find out what their needs are and their concerns are and just brief them on the county too, because they don't always read the paper. And it's nice to know where they're at and what they're doing. I'm sure they'd like to get away from the the street issue there in
Right.
my Frankie's liquor store in Lacey, because it's
Right.
been a front page item for many weeks now, and just talk about something different. So,
Maybe you can set like a quarterly meeting or 3 times a year. At the first one, that's when you hand out the application
yeah.
for infrastructure. And at the second one, after you accept the application, that would motivate them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the camera
do
is
too.
just a big thing, you know, let people know in the community what their money, you know, what money's being spent on and.
Yeah, but I would like to entertain the idea of doing that again, trying to put the mayors together so we can meet them once a quarter.
Yep.
And whatever time, we can all arrange to be there and just have a briefing on whatever we need to talk about.
Okay.
I think it's good.
Oh, there it is. Okay. My next thing is I would like to start a Facebook page for economic development. I've spoken with Chris. He's not here anymore. He said that I had to run it by you guys. So I would have to have a Facebook account connected to my work email. I would make sure that Chris or Jason has admin authority on that page as well, so I'm not the only one who's got control of it. But it would be a way for me to be more accessible. I think I could reach more people because everybody gets on Facebook. I mean, not everybody, but most people get on Facebook.
You don't want Twitter?
No, I really don't
I
want
think
to.
it's a great idea, yeah. I would,
And I've got ideas for, shop small incentive events that I really can't do if I don't have those feelers out in the community. So I would like approval to be able to start a Facebook page.
do we have to have a motion?
Chris said I had to have commission approval.
I don't think it would hurt to have a motion to approve it.
I'll make a motion that we allow Jessica Economic Development to create a website or a Facebook page for the economic development and let everybody know what's going on and share with everybody.
Thank you.
That's my motion. You second it, Mike? Motion to move in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I can tell you that our county Facebook page has been a big help with us. It shocks me at how many page hits we get on things we put
Page
out there,
check,
which
yeah.
I understand some of them could be the same people hitting it again.
Right.
But there'll be times we'll put notices out there and within a few days, it'll be 2,000 or 3,000 hits on that.
Well, and you guys in the clerk's office are really good about if I have something I want to put on Facebook, they've gotten it out there for me. They're busy. I really don't want to add to their workload. So that's another reason I'd like to just be able to
We put
control
out
my
notice,
own
I
and
think you probably see 2,000 or 3,000 increases in paper sales or, I mean, that's just it's a media we have available to us. I think we just will utilize it.
okay.
Just butt in. I told,
Me,
Rick,
right there.
but I don't think I told Judge, I'm gonna have to leave at about 10:30.
So if you need a legal session, if anybody needs one, you can do it now, right?
That's what I'm getting.
Is Jackie, Andy, can you see if Jackie needs any legal time, please?
I need 15 for trade secrets.
Yes.
Do we need to do that now?
We better do it now then.
I don't have to be there for that. I can. It's not.
Okay, we can-
to be there.
I'd prefer,
Well, I just have one more thing before we get to executive session, if you want to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the Site Selection Magazine, puts out, I think they do monthly, issues. And this time, the January, issue is going to, Department of Commerce is producing a Kansas guide specifically to be wrapped with the Site Selection Magazine that goes out to businesses who are looking for new sites. The other southeast Kansas counties, we've got 4 besides me who are willing to partner on an ad for our region. And I would just like to be able to have authority to do that. Right now, we've got 4 other counties, and we're looking at doing a 3/4 page ad. And the total for us right now, unless we add more counties, would be $1,025. And I do have that in my budget if you would allow me to
and I think it's important to us to really.
do that.
To emphasize that because we do have one of the largest opportunities for large sites in certainly this part of the country.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm in favor of that.
Who reads it? What is it?
So this is site selectors who companies hire to go out and find them sites, places to expand or build warehouses or something like that. This magazine is specifically catered to them.
Gotcha.
I think I saw 7,500 copies go out. So,
And if somebody else gets on board, it'll lessen that
right.
amount. So I'd make a motion that we allow that expenditure.
How long did it run for? Is it just a month?
I think,
Monthly prescription?
I think it's monthly. I think it's monthly. It might be quarterly. I can't, it's monthly or quarterly. I
But
can't
it's a
remember.
one-time.
This is a one-time ad, yeah. And it will go out in January.
You had a motion. I'll second. Moving second, all in favor?
Hey, Jack, did you need time? Legal? How long?
All right.
So why don't we go the 25 and then Gary can peel out when he has to. It sounds like you definitely need legal and you are.
Trade secret.
Trade secrets.
Trade secrets. So that'd be 25 would be my motion.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Andy, you didn't need none? Okay. Are you okay with waiting? Okay.
This goes in the grant file.
Yep.
That's all for documentation. This part is, it will go with the agreement. She won't double dip when we get that from Gary. So I just kept that separate, but it goes in the folder.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Waiting on Danny while we are, I'll just say happy birthday to all the Marines out there. It's our 245th birthday.
Well,
Yep.
245th, huh?
Yep.
So give us some history. What's the classifications of this?
Well, it originated in Tun Tavern and a bar, and later the Continental Congress, Second Continental Congress, issued the order to form two battalions of Marines to guard naval facilities around the United States. In that time, it was around D.C. in that area.
Was it
Yeah.
3 branches of the military at that time, or just?
No, there it was. The Navy, the Army first, and then the Marine Corps, and then the Navy. Yeah. So, and now we're the smallest group, and we always have been. Numbers are about 195,000 right now. Largest it ever grew to was a little over 450,000 during the World War II, and then it went way back down. When I retired in 2011, it was at 225, so we've cut back a little bit. But, yeah,
We talking about how many Marines?
yeah,
They their birthday, right?
yeah.
Not the guy that's works with me, but that's all he talked about yesterday.
Oh, good, good.
All right, where are we at?
You didn't say if you had anything to come out of the legal session or
Any action?
trade secrets.
We didn't have nothing.
Okay.
No action taken. Jessica, is that all you had? Okay.
Are you leaving or are you going to be around? No, I'm just asking. If you got to go, then I don't know how long we'll be. I'll just call you. Okay.
I'm excited for your Facebook page.
Me too. I appreciate
The City of Pleasant administrator, she texted me and was very happy that happened, so.
Yeah.
Andy?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, you could just scan it.
Resolution.
Just send it by email.
I printed something.
Hey, Andy, the Pony Express is a little slow. You could just scan it and email it to us.
Yeah, like I'm kind of hard copy yet. The planning commission met on October the 13th with 2 items on their agenda. One you've already approved, it's the subdivision plat Canton Acres. The second one is this rezoning application submitted by Gloria Beckham. As you can see on the second page of the document, I just gave you. It's changed from A to AR to allow for a small lot. First, small lot. It adjoins the city on 3 sides. Planning commission will recommend approval unanimously with the findings shown on the staff report. If you need to issue the change in zoning, I have prepared a resolution to do that for publication. The resolution number is 2020-23.
And they're going to subdivide it?
Well, they're gonna start with an initial lot for Cleve. After that, let's see.
I see.
So you need a motion to change from an A to an AR to create a lot that is under 10 acres, right?
I need a motion to approve resolution.
Oh, the resolution, okay.
I had one prepared in here if you'd like to use it, that when what I had down, and stop me if this doesn't work, Andy, is to approve rezoning case Z 20-03, adopt the findings of the planning commission and adopt resolution 2020-23.
And there's no conditions, right?
Correct.
That's my motion.
I'll second that. Move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
I also listed those findings in my minutes, so.
I used to give you the paperwork.
It does. It helps me a lot.
Anything else, Andy?
I don't, is there anything for me?
Yes, you know there is, Andy. So I was talking to Andy last week, and then Andy sent me the names of the two individuals from the comprehensive plan, and I talked to Doug
More.
and Laura, somebody. Talked to them both about the community, what's it called? Citizens Advisory Group. So we talked about the three different groups for this comprehensive plan. And my thoughts were on the comprehensive plan that unlike we've done since I've been here, we haven't officially assigned people, appointed them in writing. And that way they carry that on through the whole comprehensive plan, which will be a long process. And 8 or 10 years from now, whoever the commissioners are or whoever's interested in the next comprehensive plan will know these are the individuals that were somewhat responsible for helping develop this. So the Citizens Advisory Group, I think, should be, and I talked to both of the advisors down there that's helping us. They thought it was a good idea. And so I would recommend that we each submit 4 names of people in our area, our districts, that we think that has a value to sitting on this group. And this group would actually kind of listen to the focus groups, ever how many Andy has. And Andy can work on the different groups of people, the focus groups. They're going to take their advice and forward it up to Andy's level and ultimately to us for final approval of the comprehensive plan. Is that how you get it? I thought I might say it right this time. So anyway, so that's my recommendation, and I'm going to submit my letter to Andy, and I'd like to have it approved, appointed in writing of the 4 people that I'm going to submit. And not only am I going to just put their names and their emails and their phone numbers, but what benefit do I think they have? Are they business people? What type of business do they own in the community if they do? What other type of benefits do they have? Were they veterans? Do they have farming background? Maybe a second knowledge of something. Some people are retired and they may be doctors or whatever. I think that's important to know that we have a good, strong group of people that each commissioner has appointed, and those are the ones that we want to follow out throughout this whole process. And I think if they're appointed in writing, and we encourage good, talented people, that they'll help get good focus groups, and we'll have a good product. And that's all we're looking for, is a good product in the end, and someone to look back to. And I wish we had done that with the jail process as well. We had all those people sitting out there. I wish we'd selected appointed each and every one of them. And I think if you're appointed, you feel more guilty when you can't come to something, and you make more of an effort. At least that's my hope. So that's my recommendation to you.
Formal appointment.
Yeah.
The sooner we can get that out of districts, the sooner we can get started. I'm kind of excited to get going.
All right, I'll beat Mike on this one.
Well, I've got another name to come up with, I think.
I still got 3.
Yeah. So that's what we're going to do next week, right? I've got mine, but we'll just wait till next week.
The requirements.
Yeah, that's for you to decide what the requirements are. But
And let me get so this group of people that we're choosing are going to be listening to the focus groups, right?
right.
And bringing ideas on up. Okay. All right.
They're kind of the leaders of the groups. Yeah, overall.
All right. I'm there. I talked to a few people and they were just like, oh, what are you talking about?
Forget to get me
Yeah.
a copy of that resolution. Thanks.
Chris, do you have anything? Everything going good? Good.
That's your brief?
Jackie, you have quite a bit of stuff. We're gonna have Christie. You want to go ahead and go?
Christie's here. Wow. I see you twice a year probably here.
First, I want to give you a little brief on the fees we've collected in our office this year. Right now, we're over 20,000 up from last year, which was the whole year, and now this is just through 10 months of it. But you can pass it through. It's a little brief on the fees that we've collected this year.
Thank you.
Collected $8,363 so far for the Heritage Trust Fund, which goes to the state for historical buildings and such. We collected $16,727 for the Register Use Tech Fund, which helps me to pay for my software, which is quite expensive right now because I'm still making payments on it. In fact, on that software part, I am starting to offer it now to title companies and attorneys. They can call the software company, and so this year, for about the last 3 months, we collected $375 in subscription fees for people using the software.
What do they get to use? What do they, so they get the research from home? Is that, or their office? I mean, is that what it is?
Yes, basically.
So like the appraisers and stuff, is that?
It could be.
It could be. Yeah.
It's kind of expensive, but to our local.
Oh, okay.
Security First has it,
Mhm.
and when you view a document, it costs you. So it costs you as though you made a copy of it, so.
And Chrissy, they changed the fee structure on everything a few years ago, and you was very worried about that in the beginning. They were charging by the page instead. How's that worked out
Well,
for
you
the?
can see here, this year, so far, the first 10 months, we've collected $120,416 in general revenue.
Is that up or
That's up. I was surprised.
so you're
We're still 20,000 from last year.
okay?
It's still up from the preceding years before that.
Okay.
The
Even,
reason I started doing the tech, I'm sorry.
even after the fee structure change, it
Yeah.
maintained.
I'm surprised. I'm sure it hurt Johnson County, but it helped us. Today, this morning, we reported a 39-page document. It was the pipeline company changed their name. It was a 39-page document to change their name to assign it to all the different little pieces of ground. And that was over $600 just for recording fees. Crazy. So, then the clerk and the treasurer each got $4,181 so far for their tech funds. And that really helps out for computer upgrades and software and stuff.
So do we still have microfilm? Do we still use that?
We still have microfilm.
Mhm.
Stored with all kinds of.
And that's always going to be there?
Yes.
And it's,
I hope so. Every now and then I'll take a sample out of it.
you do?
And, yeah, I will call it a sample out of it, take it to the, one of my software, or one of my providers and have them examine it.
Mhm.
It's vinegar syndrome and redox, and kind of weird stuff happens to it, and they can clean it up and silver tone it and put it back in the salt.
Is that expensive for you?
Yeah. But it is.
And it's necessary that we do it that way? Is it a requirement? Is all the counties keeping microfilm? Okay. No, I'm just asking. I don't know anything about it. I didn't know if it was a necessary requirement.
Excellent backup. It's better backup than electronic backup. You can use your electronics, but you'll always have a microphone, and it'll always be safe and secure. So I'd like to ask for about 5 minutes executive session so I can submit my employee values.
Okay.
What we've been doing on those is those submitted with a recommended, and then we just,
Yeah, we used to talk to you.
Well,
And then,
You want to talk to us specifically about something, but if it's in general, we'll just.
Yeah, we're happy over there, like, little bugs there.
And she's given me a copy.
yeah,
He's got the originals, so I thought you might like an update on the fees and stuff, so.
we appreciate that.
If there was something beyond the documents that you wanted to convey to us, whether, absolutely, let's take the time, but otherwise, we review them and take your advice and move forward,
Thank you.
typically, right?
Yep. Thanks, Christie.
Report on it, or?
No.
I did want you to be aware of though, I was offering the software.
Has,
I'm very apprehensive about it because, I'm not sure. The reason I waited so long, I wanted to have a good thought. If somebody's gonna pay me a lot of money to put our records, I wanted to make sure I had enough in there that it was gonna benefit them.
it doesn't sound like the subscription's very expensive. It's just as you use it, it gets more costly, right? The subscription's a monthly thing or? quarterly?
Yes, they have to pay in advance each month, and if they don't use it, they lose it, so.
How much is it? Can you,
There's like, I have like 3 different stages. If they wanna look at 10 documents, then it's $150. It's expensive.
well, it's expensive to send people over there and plus there's with the COVID concerns, you got people coming through the office, now they're not going through the office necessarily, and
When we were closed down, it just about killed me because I was not only doing the work of the register of deeds office, and then I had the employees, I didn't have them coming in, so I was there by myself. And between the phone calls and the emails and trying to take care of all the typing, it got ran me into the ground. But, so that was another reason, and I did let Security First and Jeff Randall's office use the software free of charge while we were closed, because it wasn't their fault, they couldn't come in and do the research.
so that's what I was getting ready to say, that probably there's a point in time in a situation like that where you could selectively grant them access to people that just
I did.
for security and health concerns.
I did.
Didn't you add a screen in your office too, to help with like the community coming in?
The, plexiglass screens and
Is that working out pretty well for you?
it's okay.
It's okay?
It's been okay.
Good.
Yeah, people were pretty careful.
You got a screen on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was speaking of,
Yeah.
yeah.
Chris put screens so that, because people kind of coming behind us, behind our desks.
Yeah, I did that too.
So we started to project what we were looking at onto the screen so that they wouldn't come back there trying to see what we were looking at. And that helped a lot. We really appreciate it.
So you're not watching TV shows?
No,
I'm just kidding.
sometimes we watch the commission.
That's a TV show there.
I walked straight and got between their desks. Right when they get
Black screen says executive session.
There we go. There's the shot.
There was just one other thing on the COVID deal. Oh, well, another thing we're doing is people will call a lot of surveyors and attorneys will call and want copies of documents, and we charge $5 to email that. But it's still cheaper to email them $5 than this for them to drive here, use their time, come here,
Right.
get copies, and then drive back to the city. Anyway, I make a little bit extra revenue there too.
Do you do them on account? Do they have to pay it every time they use it?
We do require payment in advance because we've been shafted too many times.
Shafted.
Well, really, seriously, it takes our time. It's, they're not gonna pay for it, they don't get it.
Right. I got you.
So they call the treasurer's office, put that on a card, or do you?
Well, actually, we're able to access, I call the state and said they set us up so we can actually talk to people and take a credit card and not have to bother the treasurer's office.
But that's what I was getting. Okay, good.
Thank you, Christie.
You're welcome.
Thank you for coming over.
Come see us sometime.
I will. All right, Jack, are you ready?
Yes. Jackie Messer, Public Works Administrator. The first order of business, I wanted to see if I could get approval and some signatures on the transportation grant request for this year. We're putting a line item in there. We don't know if we'll get another van or not, but we're gonna go ahead and request it this year because they're both about $125,000. So it's, the hourly budget is
$221,900 for the calendar year, and they, most of it is through the grant. So the approval and signature, many signatures.
What was, say that again, what was that for?
It's a grant,
The
transportation grant.
transportation grant?
Many signatures.
You actually ran both bands last week, didn't you?
Yes, we ran both bands, and this week and last week, we had a couple of people who were, had medical issues, and we reached out, did the extra effort to make sure these people got to their doctors. One of them was, I don't know, talk about the specific.
Right.
Requirements, but, they couldn't make it, they could not get there otherwise, so we did put a second van on, and we're gonna be running the second van through the drive. So we have 3 backup drivers that are, Kathy Kerman has been doing a lot of backing up. Jessica, Rick Castle. Then when they turn the barrel over, have to have one more to me, so.
So just to go over that real quick, and I know we're dragging the meeting out, I guess, but that's okay. It's important. The 2 vans, people can call in, schedule a ride to, even all the way up to downtown Kansas City, Missouri, to the Veterans Hospital.
We run every week on Tuesday.
Right. And make their appointment, and we'll go down, take them there and bring them back, obviously. So it's a big benefit, and when that money comes out of the area on aging, some of it, and as well as the grants that you get for bands and different
7
things.
reports that we fill out every month. Joyce fills out and tracks it, which we have to report. We can take people to restaurants if it's part of they pay for, they'll pay for that service.
You actually have a day of the week you used to before this COVID thing that they would go somewhere like a senior shopping thing or whatever. Because I've seen the bus, and it's like a party bus on the way up there.
There's a group of them.
Wheelchairs and all, we're gone.
Yeah, but we thought we'd be proactive. I still think the band would probably, would go another year, but I'd like to be proactive and see if we can go ahead and get it replaced before. Now, we keep it, it's their band. We just borrow it.
Right.
For 7 years. And then if the title, if we wrote stuff, and it's our.
Right.
So we requested the green one, but they said they will not release it to us until we get the replacement.
Okay.
So then we will have, somebody might have use for it.
There you go.
So there's many signature spots too.
Danny, start signing.
Oh, Danny.
So I'll make
writers.
a motion that we approve the application for grant for that project.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
And Jackie, because of the timing in their fiscal years, is this actually the 2022 transportation grant or 21?
I think it's 2021.
Okay, because for some reason I had
Years.
2 on
Well, I
here.
have to look at the first page, that's 620.
It says elderly is the amount of 221 for calendar year 2021. The commissioner's full support application for public transportation program for SFY 2022.
The crazy part about it is their fiscal year ends July 1, so they jump into 21 and July 1, so the 2020 is gonna run until July 1.
Let David look at.
Joyce just sent me a message that says 2022 grant.
Yeah.
Well, then cover letter.
At the bottom, the last sentence says 20.
And we were running 2 vans. Oh yeah, there's just funds that fall through here. This is our Blue Mountain Senior Center.
Did it happen in a column? You said you lost them. Was it just the
The
bucket?
columns pushed in. Somebody pulled up to the senior center and
Keep going.
gunned it into the building.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm guessing the location, it's just a buck on the window, right? It's not actually the column, the support.
Columns pushed in that far.
Let me ask you this. Is it this piece of metal that goes up beside the window right here?
Yeah, it's a column right there.
Okay, but that's a non-structural piece.
Right, right.
It's a buck, a window buck. Okay, I got you. The column most likely is gonna be out here in the center of this building, as well as there'll probably some light wall framing here. So we don't have a structural component right now.
No,
We
no.
got an aesthetic still. All right,
All right, thank you.
all right. Have you got another, is it C or Z channel, do you know? Okay.
We did have the insurance company come out last week. We're talking about replacing the metal across the entire front, the window. In search for more damage because it crinkled it all the way across. So it tore the truss.
The actual,
Yeah, where it joined up there, it actually tore it.
when it pulled that, and then there's one across, stop the windows and the doors, so not.
You know, I'm just taking a stab at it. It might be as much as 10,000 damage. So
And that should be covered by the other party's insurance, and we've notified K-Camp,
yes.
and they will help us to try to get that collected from the other insurance.
So it pushed the interior wall too? Was that the airplane crash?
When he jumped the curb and then panicked and hit the jets, what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
So while we're talking about this, is there any update on the Centerville Community Center repairs, like the masonry repairs?
No, if you could send Joyce, tell her to get this. If you want to look at it before Danny gets away from here in case more signatures.
I found all the yellows.
She's watching, she's probably on her way.
I do have a request for burial, application for burial permit. Let's say it's 407. It's east of there from the water department. Water crossing on
400 Highway and 7? They're crossing the state road or the?
No, that's the intersection, but it's right there. You probably know the property owners.
Okay.
Property owner. There she is. Yeah, you want to get this, make sure that, we got 12,000 signatures on there. Oh, I was reading the wrong line. It is, it's for 2022. Okay. I don't think there's anything, I've not been out there because I was gone last week, but I talked to several people like that there was no issues. And it's a 2-inch casing with 1 inch inside. It's open trench across the gravel road.
While he's looking at that, I'm saying, just talk about some other stuff. Did you get, I think I sent you both a message. Did you guys get that about the
Yeah.
airport?
Yeah, it's just not retracted properly.
Yeah.
And as far as, the jumping, we think it might be pressure, but we were going to talk to Floyd about that.
Okay. All right. Just making sure you guys, I didn't,
Yeah, the fuel master there, the only thing we think of is may jump because pressure or something. If it jumps, we just don't know. It's the first time we've heard that.
yeah, they said that as soon as you flip it on or put your credit card in, it automatically charges you 50 cents or something. So I don't know. That's why I included you, Chris, because I knew it was, so.
Yeah, if the pump is spinning up, we'd have to look at that. I don't, that would be the only thing that we do on charge. Also, we have to take out of that.
And I think the others just came, it just needed to be straightened out, preschool.
What is our processing fee for that, Chris? Probably 40 some cents, isn't it? Every time somebody hits a credit card.
I honestly don't know.
If you, I mean, you guys would probably figure it out, but it was, Brian Lowe was the one that called me. So he was the one wanting me to ask you guys or, talk about it. So, not a huge deal. He's just questioning about it. So.
So do you have a burial permit up here?
I do, I'm sorry. barrel permit BP 2020-09. I'll make a motion that we approve.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Just a quick note, I think, I don't know, Andy may have mentioned it, but the planning and zoning meeting for tonight was canceled. So they didn't have any business, so it was canceled. Like I said, I have this, I've been working on the, agreements between the counties. This is a rough draft.
You gotta sign that, so.
I only brought one, which is Miami County, since they're the first ones that we dealt with. That's a draft of what we're looking at, and it's a template of what we're going to do for all of them.
Are you working with JR or
JR.
Jeff with this?
Back to JR, because actually JR is the one that gave me a copy of an old one that they had used with another county that, I guess I'm.
Okay, who's JR?
Yeah, man. He's the administrator up there, basically.
For Miami County?
Yeah.
Okay.
And, so some of the legalese in there, I've sent to Gary and also review, but if you get toward the back page, we're gonna be doing a bunch of these. But we finally break down the roadway maintenance we identified. And who does what. I just wanted to let you guys look at it and see if you can probably digest it this week and talk. I have sent, I'll give you a
Are you-
rundown of
Danny's
where we
got
are.
it.
We have,
You're good.
Miami County, we've sent this draft so they can start looking at it, see if they have any concerns and add to it.
David.
Let them look,
I think he's
talk with their
fine,
legal
guys.
staff.
I'll bring it back. So effectively, they're saying, here's a document we could use to make an agreement on the our north boundary, their south boundary. And,
This is what we're doing. It's what we're doing this now, I've been doing this for years, but it's never been documented. I've contacted Bourbon County and worked with them, but theirs is gonna be a little bit different, not much, because, they were wondering if we can coordinate, cooperate on some issues that we had that I think would be beneficial for both, but I don't know if I want to deal with it in this agreement. I want to keep this simple, just the road. But for example, they query their rock, and they have what they call the shop rock, the big rock, that won't go through their equipment that they use for riprap. We're buying all of our riprap. So, and they can't make coal mix, but we're set up with a plug mill, and we can make it. So I might be able to, I told them we could talk, if we can come up with an equitable solution, we make this, you make that, and a trade in services that would be beneficial to Slow County, then we would look at that. But where we are on all these, this is the first one. The second one is Bourbon County, and I've been talking to them. I called Anderson County, and I sent them a copy of this and said, what's your thoughts? Then I got to Missouri. What I discovered in Missouri,
Townships.
there's 4 townships there, and I'm trying to contact each township. I've done it all the way down to the last one, which was Henry, but I didn't even know Henry existed, because it's on the extreme southeast corner, and I think it's out of Vernon, not Bates. So I have not contacted them, but they're high on my list to contact because Crawcan wants to do a project, and although it doesn't impact this directly, because Crawcan, all the work will be in Kansas, but I still want to get the process taken care of. But and then I talked to Walnut, I talked to Homer, Walnut, Henry. And Walnut was the one that I found interesting, because when I talked to them last week, they said, well, I think it's a good idea to do this because this feud we're having with Linn County, maybe we can get some stuff resolved.
Are we having a feud?
Yeah,
It gets better, let him finish.
we haven't been mowing sections of the road that you agreed to mow. I said, well, who you been talking to? I don't know. Where's the section of road that was talking? Well, it's been going on for 2 years. The Bates and Linn, despite they won't agree to anything. But I think it would have come to me and the commissioners that got this, it would have, I don't know who it's talking to, but that's why we need.
Did he not allude that it was the commissioners that were butting heads?
Yeah, the commissioners are fighting. The two commissioners are fighting over it.
Well,
Apparently that's you, Danny.
So it's like, well, I don't know anything about it.
Me either.
Or maybe they just looked at Rick, decided that they will start arguing now.
Well, it's gonna be a little bit difficult because when I said, can I email you a copy? He said, no, don't do that. I have to bring it over to him. And then he started talking about some of the commissioners of Bates County that we would have to work with, but he said, let's wait for the elections, it might be different people. But anyway, I was pretty encouraged by the response there.
I can remember several years ago when we had a commissioner come over and was very unhappy with the sheriff's department writing him a ticket down around Prescott or something. And he made it, you remember that day? The gentleman come in, was not happy about that. But
He was from Missouri?
yeah, that was several years ago. Hey, Jack, have you run this by Gary and?
Yes, yeah, he's
Okay.
got a copy of it.
Okay.
His legal staff and then the other counties that I've talked to, they're running by their legal staff to see if we missed anything. Because I'm looking for all the input, I don't want to do it again. Somebody can tell me where I'm wrong, but the fact that, I mean, I've learned through this process, I did not know until we started this process that Miami County is dipping down into Linn County and maintaining our roads. I didn't realize that because we know the roads never came up.
that's because we had 3 different district road managers and they all had different ideas of how it was gonna be done.
And so it clarifies it a lot, I think, but, you know, you got to get your legalese and all that stuff in there, but, without this, for example, on Zinc Road, if somebody knocks the stop sign down on Zinc Road, we see it, we or don't, we put it up, it's on the south side, this clarifies it kind of stuff. If there's a area that we need gravel in. The other thing that I think I've run across, which is just neither here nor there, but the new director down there in Bourbon County, I know the guy, and we've worked together in the past quite well, so I think it's going to be a little bit of a working relationship with them. Let's see. I do have another one. Bobby Young is going to be out for this week. He's got home stuff going on at home. So I did have a question from Pleasanton. I cannot find the paperwork because Bobby has it somewhere. I don't really want to bother him because he's got some issues going on. But we approved a house to be torn down and paid for the waive the fees. They moved all this stuff to another site to recycle it through, take the stuff out. So they were wanting to know if it would still fall under our permit to waive the fees. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't.
Is it less stuff or more stuff now?
Well, they're removing, what was going on several years ago was they was tearing down the buildings and nobody was just oblivious to whether it was construction debris being 2x4s and lumber and
Right.
things like that. As well, you have to separate the asbestos material and asphaltic material. But the concrete and the bricks, it was all just being mixed up and pushed into our landfill, which was taking up cubic yards of very expensive real estate. So we finally got folks to start recycling or separating this material. And quite honestly, if you go up to an old house and it's pushed full of clothes and trash and things like that, people collapse and shove them into, we're not a municipal landfill. We're not supposed to take anything but construction debris. That should be separated too. And even the guys that are hauling those dumpsters have caught enough grief at the other end if they say, hey, wait a minute, you can't do this. You put this in this dumpster, that in that dumpster. But if we haul the brick and the concrete down there, often we can go down there as anybody in the community and recycle that, just like the steel. It should be in a different thing, and the bricks and the concrete. And dirt, well, maybe you've got dirt, or maybe we can even take hazardous material from an old gas station, spread it out on top of our old cells, and then it's good dirt in 6 months, or there's a process to it. But anyway, but yeah, they're separating it, good for them, and they're doing due diligence and then bringing us down to construction. As long as it's legitimate, I'm all about, hey.
So they were gonna go through the paperwork, like I said, obviously, got that paperwork, I don't have it either.
Now, if you're hauling it out to a transfer area and then keep adding a bunch of material and say, okay, that was from that, 10% of this from that job that was free dumping fee, that's kind of different, but anyway, you know what I'm saying. But it's good that they're separating it, but
Right.
they might be getting into permitting issues with the state more than us by doing that. If it's prolonged.
Yeah, I didn't think it'd be a problem, but I just thought I'd bring it up. The landfill lady, I had another question out of the landfill. From what I understand, maybe David might help out on this. Historically, after Thanksgiving, sometimes we close on Saturday, sometimes we open. They were wanting to know what we're gonna do this year.
Yeah, because county offices will be closed Thursday and Friday. And I think it has been done differently on different years, and I think a lot of times they did go ahead and close Saturday just to give those guys
Yeah, we have. I remember
the
we've
time off and give them a little longer time off. Probably the only con to that would be if you've got haulers that are needing to dump things, they're already missing Thursday and Friday, and do we want to cut them out of Saturday too? So, that's your balance there somewhere.
And the other point too is we're only talking one person,
Right.
maybe two. But
Is there anybody that's willing to work? I mean, without any, hesitant? Are they, is anybody
no,
willing?
it just was, it's been done both ways. I would leave it open on Saturday, I personally think, because of the commercial haulers. They make truck rules.
I don't take an exception either way, and I think if you got somebody wanting to work, great. If you don't have anybody who wants to work, let you call it. I can support that decision as well.
Yeah, but if you are going to close it, I think you have an obligation to tell those about a week before that it's going to be closed
Right.
for 3 days, 4 days, really Sunday too.
Well, let me do a little bit more research and I'll
And that's coming up.
see which way to go.
Call it, and if you got, I wouldn't mandate somebody had to work personally, but like you said, give somebody an opportunity to manage differently.
Sorry. We do have the bid closing Friday, the trucks and for the culverts. I did have a large culvert over the order because we were getting it short. In the north shop, or both shops, we historically had a work leader who filled in behind. In this one, it's Mike. In the north shop, it was Charles Bright, who retired. So I was wanting to promote Jay Fleming into the work lead position. He's currently making $17.33. And we'd move him to $18.17. If I could get permission to do that.
I think
That's for this week as an example. Jason's off all week and Jake's running through.
So you would make that pay raise effective last pay period, Dave?
Where are we at on pay periods right now? We're in the middle of one. It would be easier for us for payroll purposes to either start it at the beginning of the one we're in or wait until the next one either way. But a whole pay period is
I'm all right with starting with the one he's in if he's been performing that function anyways,
Yes,
So it'd be effective a week ago then?
yes.
Second.
Moving side, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, I've got it came from David anyway, so I think it did. It's old. I am looking forward to Thursday with my fingers crossed. 3 of the grants I put in for, we should find out about the airport, and the two airport, and then there was one for economic development of property. We'll find out Thursday. The governor's going to be making the announcement. We're moving forward with the Ventec machine. It should be in about any time. I mean, we're waiting on the graphics to wrap the machine, and so it's moving forward pretty good. The marina has been challenging because we're short-handed up there because of medical leave for one of the employees. This week's even tighter, so, but we're making do. We're having to close it certain times when it's really slack, put a sign at the door. Nobody's available. We'll be back at such and such a time, but have the staff to back up because we're pretty jammed up here. These shortly in choice for going up there, but we're pretty tight. The foreman have the inventory that Joyce has been working on. We've been working on it forever to try to get it totally accurate. And foreman now have it, and they have until the middle of next month to turn it back in and certify everything on their inventory is there. At which time I'll review it and certify. I'll sign on that I agree with their numbers, and I'll present it to you guys around the 1st of January. But it's going to be a very comprehensive inventory. Even though we had inventories in the past, I think there were lapses where stuff didn't get put on it. I think they're going to suspect anything disappeared, but a piece of equipment kind of fell through the cracks, like the ditch or stuff
Right.
like that. But when I go into the shop now, or anywhere now, I could see a barcode on it. If not, I'll ask them why it doesn't happen. And everything is now cross-referenced in the publics that is above a certain value. So we have two inventory systems working. I'm pretty pleased that Joyce has worked on it, the individual foreman have worked on it. Part of the problem in the past was not everybody did it. We swept them up into this now. The park's now doing it. Landfill's now doing it. Asphalt always did it, but we're going to have a pretty substantial list here in a week or two to try to get on the first wave and get it out of here because stuff just kind of camped out there. So we've done pretty well on that, I think. Working with the, I've got the cost for Effigy, and I'll be sending them a letter this week sometime about what it cost us to do the dam room. We can see if we can get reimbursed for that. Boy, is that enough? No, there is one more thing. The PAPI system. We do have $13,000 left in the grant. The PAPI is positioning from the solar. I did contact a company called Olson's, which specializes in aircraft, and they're going to survey for obstructions, and they're going to prepare construction drawings and tell us where to put them, what height the footing should be, and then they will come on site and help us adjust and fine tune these pieces of equipment. So we're moving forward with that. We're also expecting a inspection at the landfill here from KDHE in the next couple of months because they've been requesting tons and tons of documentation. And I think we've provided about all of that. Here's one last thing to look at. I kept talking about these border agreements. These are the areas on those two maps here in green boxes. Those are where that project's going to run. And
That's where I've got to get with Henry Township, to find out who does what. For
You
sure
talk about the
down
Croc
through there.
Cam project?
The Croc Camp project.
It's Henry and Vernon?
I think it runs all the way up to, they call it the Hume Exchange. It's coming, we're replacing all the way from Hume, I guess. So I still, there was a meeting on it last week, but I couldn't. They were supposed to send me notes on it, so I'm not,
You weren't invited, huh?
I wasn't invited. They said there was that little big queue. Anyway, I couldn't work on it. So.
Any road updates, any equipment, big equipment down, personnel, any of that?
We're still quite how to fix it. We're still struggling with those new homes.
Okay.
They are living in the shop. Repeatedly breaking down.
Is it the operator error or is it equipment error?
Just equipment, just,
Is it warranted?
well, the warranty's about, say, and New Holland is not a bad name. I understand that problem we're having. But I would say they've been down to two of them. There are two main newest units. I'd say they're down 35 or 40% of the time. So at some point in time, we're gonna have to figure out a solution and what to do with everything.
Do we reach back to the manufacturer and request any additional issues based on our downtime?
Well, that's the next step, to move it up to the manufacturer and go around these.
Is this beyond the brake system?
Yeah. Brake systems are not as strong as, I mean, they're older technology, you still stop and stuff, but it's not as, doesn't have the power brakes of the newer equipment. So, this is gearboxes, it's our hydraulic pump. Four-wheel drive goes out. I think we've had the front drive out of 2 or 3 times, I'll take one of them down to that, but I think 2 and 3 weeks at a time, these are drive services.
So should we get them repaired and then get rid of them? And
Might be a possibility, might be we got to, as far as the roads, we've had a few road complaints, we've turned and worked on them. Not as fast as some people like on a few of them, because they were a little bit confused on what exactly they were talking about, but we do have the order system, and we've been using it pretty good. That's pretty much it.
I got a few things for you. I got a text message from the administrator in Pleasanton, and she wanted me to pass along how easily it is to work with Jackie Messer. He is always willing to help with whatever. I am very appreciative of them. So, just wanted to pass
You had
that
your
on.
mic off. Nobody heard that. No, I'm just kidding.
I got a few things. I got a call about, it's back to the airport. Something about the turnaround. I don't know nothing about the airport. Something about where you turn around and you go to take off. It's not big enough supposedly, and they almost hit their wing on the light system every time. Do you know anything about that?
We don't truly have a taxiway system. We back taxi what we call active runway. And it was designed by, believe it or not, Linn County, but I think Olson might have designed it initially. With that, there should be ample room to turn out. You've got a bar system that you hold on where you do your run-ups or whatever, and if it's real active, you do it on the side. But it should be ample. Now, do we actually have there are areas where they have, if you fly into south of Topeka, you really, there's so much concrete up there, you don't know which way to land on usually. I mean, it's just everything's paved, but I don't know that.
Because these solar lights that are out there on the edge of the runways, those were installed as per the
Standards,
standards by
FAA standards.
I could be talking wrong, but I mean, that's what I got out of the conversation. I
If
don't
you
know.
were back taxiing active to the north end and then did a turnaround and a whole bar right there, then you might be tight, but I mean, that runway's 60 feet wide, is it not?
See, there's a set of lights on each end, on the very end. But they're low to the ground. I can't see anything ever impacting them. And they're what, 5 feet off the edge, I think. If I remember right, they're 5 feet off the edge.
I've
That's
seen,
the reason I've been pretty well, very intimidated by making any decisions out there without checking with the engineers and the staff, like, is this right? And they told us where to put the stuff.
I was project manager for them. That was our contribution toward the project for the state of Kansas. And everything was all, of course, this light projects come along afterwards, as well as we put some conduits under the runway. But I'm like you, I can't imagine we have any issues. Now, I've seen them lights become impacted. If you don't land on the runway, you land over on the grass, right? They tend to get in the way. But
Maybe they're concerned about this PAPI system that we're installing. That's gonna be a big set of lights, but again, we're waiting for the engineer to say, put it there, this is where they go, this is the size pad, this is the angle, we will come and help you set the angle, because that would be a bad thing if they weren't set right.
is it in the center of the runway, or is it just off to the side? Is it not?
I don't remember. Off to
Yeah.
the side.
And it's a 30-degree or something pitch on that angle, but
I might be talking wrong. Next time I see him, I'll ask him about it, and I'll tell him to get a hold of you because I could be the middleman. It doesn't work out all the time. But I also got the bike program deal. That was before I became a commissioner. What is that? The Adopt a Bike or?
the RC&D board meets in Ottawa, and they haven't met for several months because of COVID. But the Adopt a Bike program is something I set that board, and everybody contributes. They take those bikes to Ellsworth to the prison, and then they refurbish or rebuild them and then bring them back in the community. If somebody has a need for a bike, it's usually distributed at the FSA office through Karen Tuggle, but they give application to Karen. I usually haul the bikes back for Ottawa when I go to the meetings, but anyway.
The lady was just asking if we take them to the land, or she takes them to the landfill, or what?
You can usually collect them at
Compactor sites, we pick them up at the compactor site or at the landfill. We have a trailer there, we put them right onto.
Okay.
In fact, I've been over there a few times, some people have thrown it in the metal pile, and I went and pulled them out and put them in this. Yeah, and if somebody wants one, I ought to bring that next week and give the number of adopted bike contact number of the lady down there. Can't remember her name.
Karen here in Linn County?
Yes.
Karen Tuggle at the FSA office. A lot of public bulletin boards, you'll see that apparently Karen's maintaining that posting, but you'll see that application for a bike. And it's posted on the website, is it not?
And they'll drop those bikes off, and then when there's a load, we'll pick them up when we go through. So,
And they're usually collected in Ottawa, and then they, sometimes Coffee County comes up with a big trailer. They kind of share getting them to Ellsworth. But Don Stoudemire is now a commissioner. He had a short 4-year period. He wasn't commissioner in Franklin County, but Don's all over that. So
we picked up a trailer off of Kansas surplus that we just put them right in, just keep stacking them in there until it's full. And we hook a truck up, run down there, unload them in their storage area, and then come back and start again.
So it's just an ongoing deal.
Yeah,
Okay.
100%.
All right, I'll let her know. And then another thing I've got a few contacts about was the exterminator contract. Have you got any calls over that about our countywide?
We do it ourselves. In fact, David Southwick is working today with the one that has the contract now. And he worked with him yesterday to learn the route. We're gonna just do our own.
I'm good. And I think that's about all.
there's 30-some facilities that we treat, is that right, Dave? That's about right.
All the
That we
fire
do
stations.
for pest control. I want to say that's
That'd be in the neighborhood anyway. I don't know the exact number.
Any update from the area on aging about relocating the Meals on Wheels or the place where they meet in Pleasanton at that church?
I have not heard back from anybody on that.
That's about all I had.
Yeah, that adopted bike is on our website with the application.
Cool, let her know.
And we're happy to get the bikes, whether they bring them down, pick them up at the landfill, or we get them at the compactor sites. And there are days, it's a rainy day, we can't get out on
on the road, one of the road guys will go around and grab a truck.
Danny, I probably messed up, but I was thinking that maybe you were gonna reach to Jessica, the administrator in Pleasanton, see if we could use the community building.
Erica, you mean?
Yeah, Eric.
Yeah, but I thought we were gonna reach out to, what's the main lady's name?
Elizabeth, Mack-
Elizabeth, because she was concerned about,
is she officially gone?
I don't know.
She's not, until December.
By the end of the year, yeah.
yeah, I think, I've talked to Erica a few times and I think she's on board for it, 100%. I just didn't know, I thought we were talking to Elizabeth about, because she was concerned about utilizing, putting them in a building where other people were using prior.
So you're working with.
Oh, you're right, you're
I've
right.
talked to Erica about, potentially moving it over there to the community center and allowing them to eat there.
Why don't I reach out to Elizabeth, Erica, and get on the same call?
Yeah.
Find out. Let me do that.
The concern is the contamination of COVID
Right.
with the elderly, more susceptible group, but yeah, I do remember that now, you're right. And I think Leslie Rucker is gonna be taking over that position, is that right?
Leslie, yeah.
You got a quick update on the health department project?
Yes, we've, put in walls up. The trusses are there. The trusses are going on Thursday, and Friday will be roofing and are getting the material on. The rooms have been set. We're waiting for an electrician to do some work in there. Plumbing that's scheduled for this week. I've got some people out of the landfill, or noxious weed, actually, that are gonna help put the sheet rock up. Since it's the off season. We've got the pad set, generator on the back, we just haven't poured it, but we've laid out plans to hook up the generator. The, walls inside are set. I've been working with Tish to figure out what she wants to make sure we do it right. I've been trying to find some HVAC. I've contacted several companies. We do have somebody coming in to give us a bid on HVAC. Project's moving along. Pretty good. We've been doing some conference calls about 3 days to make sure the project doesn't slow down or stumble anywhere, because we don't want to get stuck with that bill. So
We're looking good on timeline and everything.
we're trying to stay away from the road crews because they have road work to do. But we've been pulling assets such as one of the mechanics, maybe one road crew guy, and then 2 from noxious weeds because it's the off season. But there are days we have to put more than that over there if we have a big project. I think we're putting the trusses up, might have to pull a couple of people out for a day out of the road crews, but we're trying to, it's not really being a burden on the road crew. We're at this point because we're limiting what we need. When it first started, but unfortunately it was a little, not slack time, but let's say the roads were so dusty, we were great for dust. So a little bit of moisture, we need to get back to that. So kind of working all in. It's a different concept with public works, as you know. We help where we're needed. I think we've sent people up to the park when they've had a water line. They send people out and help.
You have a district sewer issue, and you've got a group of folks that show up there, might be Chris in the IT department to help with some electrical troubleshooting issues, or even add equipment to it so you can remotely monitor the time, and the sign guy shows up with a truck in case you need a small hoist to pick up a pump. There's a lot of unity and diversity being engineered into all these departments instead of just contracting things out. A lot easier to make a phone call and pay whatever. You get a pumping guy down out of Kansas City, you're sure to spend $800 to $1,200 just to get them there before you start buying parts.
I've been pretty pleased how everybody's
working together on that kind of stuff. I mean, shortage of a couple drivers down at the landfill and the asphalt crew said, well, we're done laying asphalt, we'll go down and which the more cross training we have, the better we are, because if something were to happen, I need 3 drivers down there to run trucks or equipment. Now we're trained to do it.
Which is a totally different way of thinking 4 years ago.
Absolutely. And that's the denominator
Yeah.
right there. And, you know, and right now we're as vulnerable as everywhere that you can possibly think, because if COVID gets into the landfill and all of a sudden these guys don't have any idea where Arcadia is, or they don't know how to winch a box up on there, but they've been cross-trained. They are all resources from another department and go out there and help. And so I think it's invaluable.
Tired Andy into going over there, shooting some levels and floor levels. Chris is.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we never opened it for public comment, so we'll open it right now. If we got any public comment from anybody. You have something? Oh, okay, you okay? Okay. Well, then we'll close it for public comment and go ahead and go with you, Andy.
Mr. Keith just walked in with the paperwork for his lot split. Well, it's a wonderful time to catch you all while you're here. Go ahead and, you accept the, 35-foot dedication of road right away.
They already did, and we didn't do it.
I'm on your side.
How about cemetery? Wake Cemetery.
I'll second
How
it.
far is it?
Second.
Move and second, all in favor. Did you get him?
I moved it.
Okay. Move and second, I got it.
And all we're doing is, Andy has the full authority to do the lot split. He's just saying, hey, he's dedicating, requirement to dedicate the extra road right away, and that's what we're accepting.
Motion been moved and second, all in favor.
Aye. There you go.
I was the whole, I don't know what that was.
So this is, what do they call it? Agreement for granting, okay.
Yeah, that's on lost split number 20-10.
If you go down to the Heritage Park in Parker, there's the pavilion and then the big fireplace that got put in on the north end of it. At the very top of that is a very unique cap that, you know, rain cap, if you will, for that flue. And that came from that, schoolhouse. Yeah. And some of the rock actually laid in that fireplace as a sign was, and I am not sure that, do you own that?
My father.
Yeah, and anyway, we got permission. The cap is actually already gone, and we found the Sabbath, we found who had it. So anyway, and he donated it back to the community.
Brown and 2300 or what?
If you look on the end of that sign, there's 2 big round balls on each side of that, the big cast concrete balls, and they come off the old historic building from Parker's, the old Polly store that was there for several generations. But anyway, those things came back to the community and were donated to the park. A little tidbit. And there is the time capsule on one of the corners of that sign as well. We're kind of proud of that park. We've been, we're a lot of years without one, and it took a long time.
Where's it at? Is it the one in the middle of town?
Right there, yeah. Took a lot of collaboration between the community and auction dinners,
Lot split.
mud runs, and
Well, like a year or 2 ago is when they redid all that, maybe? I saw some block work and stuff happen over there.
actually, that Mason put that fireplace and that sign in just 2 or 3 years ago, but the park's less than 10 to 12 years old, maybe 15 years old. Took down several old buildings, created the
Get my
park.
details down there before you go.
Is it kind of like the square? Is that kind of?
Well, you know, the concept of buying a concrete piece of something with your name on it and then taking a donation that costs you $15 to have it made, somebody gives you 25, and we took that and expanded that and took like a 10 by 10 and sold them to most of the people that were involved in the community for like $250, and they come in and did whatever artwork you wanted in that slab. We formed it, laid it down, and then they would come in and carve There are people
I don't
have
think so. I think I got what I need out of it.
tens, if not hundreds of hours in some of those things, going back and staining in.
I guess I haven't seen all that.
You ought to walk that, just to see the creativity just in the community. Thank you. So,
Check it out. We got anything else?
it's worth a stop.
Check it out. Well,
Make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second. Move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Chris, what we got going on now, brother?
Is that the health department calling me again? Oh.
Hey, let me hard. I forgot all about it.